Right, there we go, all sorted. Hello, everyone, to everyone just joining, to people watching things back on the VOD, whether it's here on Twitch or on YouTube, depending on when you're watching this. Hello, welcome to another stream. It's once again Sunday, and that means it's also Game Dev Day. Also, one thing I need to double check with, I forgot to open Clip Studio for my notes and stuff, and I forgot to open Rider. Whoops. Sorry, there's some things I forgot to do in prep for I had the time, but I just forgot. Anyway, sorry about that. Small things I forgot, small little mishaps. I'll just pop. Oh yeah, I was using references to learn side view stuff, but we'll skip over that for now, and then back into the engine because silly me. But yes, it's Game Dev Sunday once again. Hello, welcome back. If you're joining for the first time, hello, welcome. I do this little thing every Sunday. I have a small project that I'm working on slowly either on stream or in my spare time. Though I would hope to do more in my spare time because things have been super busy for me. But as long as I'm still working on bits, then that makes me happy enough. But anyway, something hold on, my brain. Yes, no, now I remember. There were bits that I was getting on with last week, mostly to do with oh yeah, no, I was setting up bits for the main menu and the pause menu. Yeah, no, now I remember, I think. I might hold on, let me actually double check my previous streams on the Twitch because yep. Oh yeah, no, it would have been. Okay, right. I now fully remember what I did last week. Sorry about that, chat. And also everyone watching back, sorry about that. But yeah, I did do work on the main menu and the pause menu. At the very least, a simple implementation of things. Also, I may as well just put on background music because otherwise it's just going to be very quiet. We're gonna go with Spyro 3 music again because we may as well. So yes, worked on stuff like basic stuff, the main menu, pause menu, made it possible to go sort of like from the main menu to the gameplay, and then pause and go from the gameplay to the main menu because I thought it was very important to get the sort of standard, not gameplay loop, but game loop where you're able to just navigate from the menu to to the game itself and then go back and just quit and everything. I got that all sorted, which I'm happy with. Also, there were some other small bits that I worked on as well. I'm trying to remember exactly what. There were some tweaks that I made. God damn it, I really can't remember most of what I worked on last week. That's not good. Anyway, I have a list, and no, I haven't checked it twice, I only just made it, so, oh yeah, no, now I remember, I think towards the end of the last stream, I did, no, actually, no, I didn't do this towards the end of last stream, I did this the other day when I was, in between doing everything, so if we go into Rider, which should open up soon, just give it a moment. Also, yep, things are okay in OBS. Cool. Right, so there are things that I made, or one thing I made, specifically, so collected primary collectible. Oh, wait, why am I pointing out the method names? I need to point out the fact that I made an interface specifically for the collectibles. So I haven't started testing this out yet. This is just laying out basic framework for stuff. But what I'm going to do, or rather, I should probably explain everything leading to this point that I sort of wanted to sort of sort out before today, or at the very least some of the bits I wanted to sort out today. So if we go into Clip Studio, where are you? There you go. I really need to organize this desk as well. It's in a bit of a shambles. In terms of what I was working out, and I believe I kind of pointed this out. No, I didn't. I didn't point it out last week. I swear to God, there are things that I did between last week's game dev stream and today that I am thinking, oh, did I do this then? But realize, wait, no, I didn't do this on the stream. I did this in my own spare time. Which is kind of crazy. So, what I realized is the key player in everything with this, and this is going to become very important as we begin to implement more of the technical side of things, is this thing right here, this thing called the player state. And for the longest time, I didn't have, like, the player state, you know, properly being assigned to the player character itself, which, honestly, kind of a poor decision, really, because it's very important, especially in the sense of it has an ability system component basically assigned to it, the attribute set assigned to it, and also there is this method for getting the attribute set that's stored on this object for other purposes and whatnot. Though the key thing about the player state, or at the very least in this case, is that while this really doesn't apply to enemy characters, because, you know, you're just going to be making many duplicates of the enemy anyway, so you don't really need to store the attribute set and ability system component in a place that's quote-unquote safe, I suppose. The player, however, you need to be able to have a persistent way of storing, you know, their data, so such as, like, say if we're going into an RPG, and I'm going to go back into Clip Studio for this. Say we're in an RPG, so I'm going to write this. And what you wanted to store in terms of, say, the player's attributes is, for example, their HP, which is probably affected by some other stat, their attack, defense, like resistance for like magic and stuff, and debuffs and whatnot, crit, and so on and so forth. Like, what you wanted to store for the player is these things in particular. And sorry about the little scrawls, this is just me making my point. Now, you couldn't, like, if this were Unity, and I kind of covered this last time, last week, I definitely remember that I covered this. I was comparing, like, the difference between, like, persistence of objects between levels in both Unity and in Unreal, because in Unity you were able to mark an object as don't destroy on load, and that just exists basically from when it's created all the way until you close the game. That just exists the entire time, regardless of, like, moving between scenes, unless you destroy it manually. That's, you know, an important part of it. But but yeah, so talking about that, you couldn't, in Unreal, I believe I remember that storing them in the, hold on, Unreal Engine. Oh yeah, no, that's what it's called. It's called the persistent level. And whatever you wanted to sort of remain basically consistently there, for example, if you had a day-night cycle system that you wanted to essentially remain the same between, like, different areas of a game, say your RPG, you would store it in the persistent level, and if you were using a persistent level, And then when you're doing that, essentially, when levels are, or when sub-levels are loaded and unloaded, anything stored within the persistent level, well, persists. It stays there. So, yeah. Unless you were storing the player itself within the persistent level, you wouldn't want to store, say, these attributes on the player itself, because what if the player dies and you have to reload a level, and you're not doing a whole convoluted thing where you're moving the player's position, resetting their health back to their maximum and whatnot, or hold on, wait, let me rethink that. No. What I mean is, like, what if you weren't doing a convoluted thing where you're not reloading the level, but you're just moving the player's position, you're resetting their health, you're resetting things about them to a prior state, or if you, like... Hold on, I lost myself. God. Right, I'm gonna put it simply. Wait, my brain. Okay, no. Right, restart. So, unless you stored the player within the persistent level, you really wouldn't want to store the attributes on them. The reason being, if you just had the player die, you reloaded the level in its entirety, you would essentially be reloading the player to whatever defaults it had, or whatever defaults it's had defined. And while that's okay for some games, where, you know, stats and whatnot are static and you don't really need things to change over time as you move from level to level or scene to scene, when it comes to a game that has, like, a longer sort of playtime where you're expecting things to change and consistently change, and also retain changes between, like, different areas, you need to be able to store them properly, otherwise you just lose them whenever you reload things. And I know it's probably easy to just, well, I guess, save the player itself. I feel like, in terms of data storage, that would be a bit too much, especially when there's probably other things that you need to, like, keep track of when you're saving anyway, and it may not be ideal to save, like, a whole player object, because in that sense, you'd have so much else you'd need to keep track of. Or maybe... Or it would take too long to load things from memory if you were saving a whole object. So instead of storing them on the player, so don't store on player. Instead of storing them on the player, we use the player state. And though I haven't really gotten into, like, the meat of this with the course I've been learning from yet, it definitely would seem, from my perspective, that it would be a more lightweight way of storing, like, player attributes and whatever abilities they've unlocked, and you could easily just apply a player state to an object on load. Like, whenever you load into a scene or reload a scene, that player state is loaded in, depending on whether or not you have it set within that map's game mode. And what I mean by that is, if we go back into the engine, and we go into, like, game, blueprints, game mode. And also, I apologize for how long-winded this explanation has been. I don't know what the hell's up with my brain today. I feel like, the rush of work and the fact that I overslept and some other factors is really affecting my ability to coherently explain things, which is not good. But yes, so if we look at the game mode, so this is the temp game mode. This is what I've essentially been using in not just the third-person map, but also in, I believe, in the test level as well. Let me just double check, because I might not have actually set that there. So let's go into test level, world set. Yeah, it's using the same one. So that's good. I don't have to just sort of make a quick change or anything. That's just there. But we'll go back to the third-person map because we're still using this for testing stuff. But though, to be fair, this explanation doesn't really require me to be here. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, so within the game mode, so you have all these stuff like game session, game state, player controller, which, of course, this has already been explained, because if we set the player controller to what we need for a player controller, then that player controller will be used to possess the player and provide its input, which, in turn, allows us to use all of our stuff like the player character interface to check whether or not the player character, like the actual object itself, implements the interface, and whether or not it does that, then we can actually, you know, move, look around, jump, air dash, wall jump, and everything like that. And of course, like default pawn class player and whatnot, and spectator pawn, replay spectator player controller class. I still don't know what this does. I have not properly looked into this. I will, though, eventually. But the key thing here is the player state. The player state that I have it set to at the moment is a blueprint based off the one that I just showed you within the code. So, going back here, like this one will have its ability system component, this one will have the attribute set assigned to it, but it will also inherit the collectible interface, as well as, you know, the ability system interface that is essentially required for some of the things that we need it to do within the grand scheme of the gameplay ability system within Unreal. So there's that, and when we click play... Oh, actually, I should probably demonstrate on both fronts. So if I go into BP Temp game mode, and I just replace it with Unreal's bog standard player state. So this is essentially what each, like, self-defined player state class within C++, or within, like, if you're just inheriting directly from the player state class, this is just what it inherits from. This is essentially, you know, like how any custom player character inherits from the character class, any, like, actor blueprint or actor C++ class inherits from the actor class, and so on and so forth. But this is essentially what it is for the player state. And if we were to go into play mode and search player state, this should show player state. So this is just a regular generic player state. There's nothing special about this. There's, you know, nothing that we've done extra applied to it. It's just regular. It isn't custom made to what we need it to do. And then if we go back into here, we set it to BP player state, or, you know, EP player state, we can also do that, but I'd prefer to have it set to a blueprint, because at the very least, if there's things that we need to do in blueprints through interfaces and whatnot, or any other methods that we need triggered via, like, within the blueprints, then we can do it that way. If we go into play mode again, then BP underscore player state, that's the one that we have made as a child of our TP player state class, and that's essentially it. But because that is essentially applied as soon as a scene is loaded or reloaded and whatnot, if we simply just save the player state and then load in what we need the player state to have on load, if we're, like, starting a new game or loading a previous save or reloading a scene because the player died, it should be very simple. Though, again, as I said, I have not gotten that far with the online course I've been following yet. I need to get back on it, but I've mostly been very busy with, you know, things slowly, like, winding up and then winding down for the Christmas season. So, you know, a lot of stuff today. So, or I say a lot of stuff today, more like a lot of stuff within, like, the past few weeks. So, yeah, but I do want to refocus my efforts on that. Then, you know, just get on with it. And enjoy the learning process. But yeah, I realized I went on this long-winded tangent about the player state, and I haven't really explained what the hell my intention is. So, with the player state, not only will we be saving, like, the player attributes and whatnot, so, you know, possibly saving how many hits they have, maybe, who knows, and all that. Also, the ability system component, in case we need to sort of, like, keep track of what abilities the player has locked and unlocked, and so on and so forth. It's also very important in this case if, rather than saving the number of, like, primary collectibles and secondary collectibles that the player's collected on the player itself, because, as I said, we're not saving the entire player, because I feel like that would be very clunky, very, you know, not very performant, or not very conservative of, or considerate of storage, and so on and so forth. But it's also just more convenient just to store it on this way, because if the player has, like, a set number of collectibles and the player object dies and the scene reloads, if we just have it saved on the player state and it's already been saved, then we can just reload whatever data that we need to. So yeah, that's why we're using the player state for this. So the main part that I'm thinking about, because hold on. Oh yeah, no. Now I remember. So the main part of things is that, like, how, I mean, eventually we'll be having, like, little gameplay effect actors, and that will be responsible for, say, if we have, like, I mean, to be fair, we kind, but we also, but I feel like it would be important to sort of talk about this anyway. If we have an actor that essentially applies a gameplay effect every so often, so such as, you know, a replacement for the spikes that we already made, or, you know, lava, or something along those lines, if we, you know, have that, and we just have, like, a base class, and then, you know, make blueprints of it, and essentially say, hey, we'll have this blueprint do this, and this blueprint do that, and, you know, have each one customized so that, you know, each one does a specific thing that we need to. What I'm trying to get at is that we can essentially do this in a similar way, but for the collectibles. And that's kind of what I'm going to go through a little bit of today. So, also, ad break starts in a few minutes for everyone. So, I'm going to make a collectibles folder within the blueprints folder, and we're going to make a blueprint class. So rather than make an actor, we already have a collectible, like, yep. Oh yeah, no, I've already made a BP temp collectible. Never mind, I already did this, and I think I put it in level objects. Yep. Move here. Right. So, dude. Hello, Heater. Anyway, so now that collectible is where it needs to be, or the temp collectible is where it needs to be in the collectibles folder. I can't remember. This is the post-process volume for the PSX effect, or the vertex wobbling effect. I'm gonna throw in the temp collectible because I did set up things a little bit here. Well, a little bit, not too much, because I have an overlap box, I have a mesh, which I think... Oh yeah, no, now I remember, I did kind of do that, right, I did do little bits with this. However, so... what I essentially want to do is I do want to replace this. I do want to replace... I don't know how exactly I'm going to check for the player state, because I don't think the player state is actually attached to the object. It's just kind of loaded in. You are drawing. You're doing more Reagan art, aren't you? Or just more mob art because of, you know, still catching up with Mobtober. Let's see. Let's load in play mode first because I do want to check a thing. I mean, it most likely isn't, but you know, it's just not. So like the player controller and everything, it's not attached. It's not attached to the player object itself. So I might do, but right now is a new thing. Ooh, what have you got in mind? Right, let's see. Big thing. How to check for player state. UE5. Okay, okay, these results on the internet are not really helping. Also, ad break starts. Sorry. But yeah, so while the ad is happening, I'm gonna do little bits of research. I'm gonna try and, you know, find out what the hell is going on with things because, you know, you never know. Oh, wait. I just got pre-roll. Wait, why are pre-rolls happening? I thought pre-roll. Hold on. That shouldn't be there. That should be disabled. Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna go over some things when chat comes back from the ad break. It's a few things that's kind of odd. Oh, it's the guy. Oh. Sorry, stuff came up on my Twitter timeline. Nendoroids forum Dan. I need to finish the last episode of season 1 because season 2 is in like a few months. Ah, more ads for me. Oh, and now, oh. No! Also, chat is generally back. Just give me a sign if you're back, people in chat, because I do want to, explain a thing which I found is kind of weird. I don't know how to explain this because, or I kind of know how to explain this, but I don't know why it's happening. It shouldn't be happening. Like, it's so weird. It's so goddamn weird. It shouldn't be happening, but so, thing that I found out, so, it really hit me with the full 3 minute, oh god, still got a minute to go, ah! Oh gosh, it's terrible. It shouldn't have given pre-rolls for, I swear to god. Good golly. Good gosh. Good golly, good gosh, good golly gosh. Oh, you're finally free. Good. So, explaining things now, kind of weird. So I just remember the reason why the first ad break happens, like 30 minutes into the stream, because there was the setting on Twitch where it's like, oh, when do you want to set your how much do you want to delay your first ad by? And I have it set to half an hour, so that explains one thing. Second thing I just, and if we go off like the track record of, you know, when I go live, so like 5 to the hour, and, you know, when ads start at like 25 past the hour, that makes sense. Second thing, and I don't know why this is happening, and I'm just going to explain, like, not just for people in chat, but for people watching things back, for if people will ever, like, show up in chat. Pre-rolls should be fully disabled. I have ads, like, being run, and I have 3 minutes of ads per hour. So, by rights, you shouldn't be getting pre-roll ads when you're coming into stream. I have that set so that pre-rolls are fully disabled, and I have 3 minutes of ads every hour. So, I have no idea what's going on. It's weird. It's weird. It shouldn't be happening, but it just is. Pre-rolls will still play in the first half hour before that first ad break hits. Oh. Oh, okay, that explains a lot. So I'll probably talk to you about this after stream, because I feel like I should consult you on some, like, possible changes I should be making. Depending on your guidance and stuff. But I'll ask about that kind of stuff in a bit. Anyway, back to the project, because I've been kind of waiting for, like, people to get back out of ad breaks so I could So if you delay the break, basically you're making a longer gap in which pre-rolls could play. Oh. Okay. So what you're saying is that I shouldn't have a delay of half an hour before the first break. You have yours set to 15 or 20 minutes. Yeah, I feel like I should do like 5 minutes instead, maybe. Or a minute. Or a minute. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? But anyway. So you have, like, enough time to settle into the stream before it hits. I mean, to be fair, when I go live at, like, 5:02, I'm not doing anything within that, within those 5 minutes, because I'm waiting for things to, you know, get sorted and get started and whatnot. So really, by rights, I could just make the delay a minute, and then, you know, have the ad break happen, and then, who knows, just do things from there. But, I don't know. But anyway, Twitch stuff, Twitch gripes aside, there is a thing that I remembered looking up things to do with Unreal and how to get the player state. You can get it from the player controller. So if we go... I mean, first things first, I probably actually... I think the shortest you can have is 5. You might be wrong. Hold on. Let me check. No, the first ad delay. The shortest you can have is a singular minute. Just 1 minute. So, in future, I could do that. And you know what? I think after... Yeah, I could do that. I think after stream tonight, I will change that setting. Unless I forget. Yeah, it's not missed content. It's just... It's literally just... You know, the starting soon screen, then people getting settled into stream. Nothing's happening then. So... Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that after stream tonight. You know, just so people, like, when they're coming in, like, after the stream properly starts, they're not gonna be bombarded with pre-rolls. I don't want that to happen to people. It sucks. It sucks. So, but anyway, you can get the player... So if I say get player controller, like, getting back to things now, so if we get player controller, this, of course, is just a generic thing that gets the player controller that possesses the player and the one that's currently being used by the game. So, in the case of... whoops. In the case of the... Do Hicker Mabob player, it will be this one. So, in the case of our project, in the case of the player, it will be this player controller that's used. And now I realize, or now I remember from looking things up, the player state is assigned to that player controller. So get player state? Yeah, get player state. It only exists for players and not for NPCs. Cool. So... Let me think. Right, so in the... I minimized it. In the player state, we have collected primary collectible into it. Yeah, cool. Perfect, I remember now. So, go back into the engine. And... Collected primary collectible. Message. So on and so forth. So, again, with calling interface methods like this, if the thing implements it, so if the target for the method call that, you know, this method is being called on, implements this interface, and has this method inherited, then it will just execute this method and do stuff, okay? So, again, first things first. To be fair, I shouldn't have gotten rid of that thing where, you know, we were checking to see if... Yeah, you know, if they implement the player character interface. Because we still want it so that only if, like, it implements the interface, then we'll do the stuff here. But instead of this, which is in the base class... And to be fair, I could probably just get rid of that method, because we were only using that for testing stuff. So, get player controller. Get player state. And I swear I do need a new keyboard. This one's getting a bit annoying now. It's been so long that I've been having these problems that you think I would have gotten a new one sorted sooner, but I just, I didn't. So I need to sort that out. Collected primary collectible. We're going to test it with this for now. We're not actually doing anything yet, but we're just going to test to make sure that this interface is implemented properly. But at the moment, within, like, you know, the actual implementation of this method, so if we go into the C++ file for the player state, I should move this too, nothing actually happens here. We have references to, you know, the parent, like the parent method within the actual interface class itself, but that won't do anything, so we need to do some nice little changes here in the C++ file, just so we can actually properly test this. And so I'm going to quickly close the engine, so we can compile, you know, basically instantly once we're done making these small changes. So we'll hide the Epic Games Launcher. Because we're not having the actual base method do anything, we're just getting rid of these. And as I said, I really should have done this with other interface methods that I've implemented in other classes. Who knows, maybe, you know, in my spare time, I'll just tidy things up, make things look a little nicer, you know, spruce things up a bit. But, so, at the moment, since we're not doing anything, we're just going to output a message. So, collected primary collectible. And then we'll essentially do the same for the secondary collectible, but, you know, say secondary collectible. And since these changes were super simple, we'll just quickly compile, and I know it won't take long because it, you know, 1, the solid state drive, and 2, these are just very minimal changes anyway, so it's not like we're expecting a huge heap of code to be compiled, it's just the small bits, so we'll get right back into things quickly. And again, I know it's been a few weeks since I made these changes, but I'm still super happy about it. Also, I don't know when this happened with my phone, but past year or so, had a screen protector on it, and I don't know what happened, like, within, like, the past few weeks or so, because it hasn't, like, this hadn't happened, probably until, like, today or yesterday, but there's actually, like, a small little hairline crack along my screen protector now, which is kind of concerning, but at the very least, it's been doing its job. It protected my phone. It protected my screen. Anyway, the engine is open again. Gonna do this thing, and as I did before, the temp collectible exists, you know, within this level, you know, just here. Also, I should probably delete this object, so, or destroy actor works. So at the moment, it's calling the collected primary collectible method. Broke him. No. Broke. Anyway, so my poor screen, but the screen is protected, so it's fine. I don't need to get a new phone. I mean, I definitely do. This one's almost 4 years old, but not in an urgent sense, but more of a, I need to do this at some point. But anyway, we're gonna put the output log here, and as soon as we run into this collectible, this should pick up, and this, yep, collected primary collectible. And then if we go into temp collectible again, and get an Android this time, see, if I hadn't been, like, you know, glued to iOS for, like, the past 9 or so years, then I would. However, at this point, it's just brand loyalty, and also there are apps and there is stuff that I've bought, like, on, like, the App Store that I don't want to lose. So I'd have to stick with it unless I eventually properly get sick of iOS. Right, and now we're going to test. I mean, this will work, but, you know, it's just a formality. We're making sure things are all in working order, so we're going to check and see if it prints out the thing for the secondary collectible. There, that does work. Even though that was obvious it was going to work. But, you know, we're just making sure. It's better to be safe than sorry with stuff like this. Anyway, back to Clip Studio. So this was my thing explaining like the player state and everything. We're going to make a new thing because I like to keep notes separate and everything. In terms of when we're collecting these collectibles, so as we explained last week, or as I explained last week, with the collectibles for this project itself... Oh wait, actually, I should open the, where is my rat platformer enemies collectibles? There we go. Right, so... Oh yeah, no, I did go over, like, collectibles in different Collectathon games, and also talked about, you know, what would be considered, like, main collectibles, and what would be considered, like, you know, the common ones, like coins and gems and stuff. So, just a reminder, cheese as the main collectible that you use, like, for proper progression, and then, you know, like, fruit essentially serving as, I guess, gems in Spyro's case, but, when it comes to collecting the collectibles, when we pick up the fruit, so when picking up collectibles, so here's what I want to happen with the fruit. I mean, this is just going to be standard stuff anyway. Like, it's just going to be very simplistic. If, like, you pick up a fruit. So, for example, you pick up an apple. You know, in short, you know, number goes up. Although... the one thing I will say is that this applies to Spyro, and specifically Spyro, because, you know, of how gems work. So whenever you pick up, like, gems in Spyro, of course, you pick them up off the ground, and they don't reappear, because they're essentially... While I say they're a common collectible, they're also pretty important, and you don't want to just collect, like, duplicate gems. Just to sort of, you know, artificially bolster how many gems, or in our case, fruit you've picked up. Unlike, say, Banjo-Kazooie, where, you know, or the first Banjo-Kazooie at the very least, where leaving and re-entering a level respawns all the notes that you've collected, even if you, like, have to return because you don't have enough for a Mumbo transformation, or something along those lines, or you needed to get another ability for a specific Jiggy, or a specific, like, a specific little, task in that area, the notes just respawn. They just respawn when you re-enter the area, and as I have said before, this is a point of a little bit of frustration with the first Banjo-Kazooie, because you could have gotten so many of the notes within a level, and then realized, oh shit, I need to, in order to get the rest of these notes, I need a different ability that I haven't unlocked yet. So you go away, you go unlock the ability that you need, you come back to the level, and then, uh-oh, I have to collect every single note all over again, which is, you know, not a good thing. But in the case of Spyro, gems don't respawn. When you pick them off the ground, you pick them off the ground. Oh, haha! Thank you, Automod. But yeah, and thank you for the assist. I also, thing I learned here, like, banning a user on, like in chat is one thing, but if you have a bot, like, if you have a bot account that followed and you can tell they're a bot and you ban them, it doesn't automatically remove the follow, but if you block them, it will instantly remove their follow. This I learned last week. or within the last week, which is pretty damn helpful. Like, it's pretty cool. But anyway, as I was saying, in the case of the Spyro games, when you pick up a gem, that gem is picked up, it doesn't respawn. So, in a way, I kind of want both of these to do the same thing, but of course, you know, increase, you know, their corresponding number. So, number goes up. We're just going to draw the cheese. Because, you know, we're getting a little cheesy in here today. Chat, oh wait, I mean, to be fair, dots are okay. No, wait, no, dots are not okay. Dots are not okay, because that may also be, I was being considerate of people who have, like, who may or may not be watching this stream. I definitely know there is one right now, who have trypophobia. I was being considerate of that. So, I didn't know if drawing dots on the thing was okay, so I just, you know, did not draw dots and drew, like, the little, bite being taken out of the slice of cheese instead. So, number goes up, but store object as object to hide. And then hide object. And what I essentially mean by this is, I believe, I'm not too sure if this is done in the Reignited trilogy. It most likely is, because, you know, it uses Unreal Engine 4, so it would have to use a system similar to this. But this is just me, like, making assumptions based on, you know, having played the game, like, a lot. Whew. Sorry. And also based on my experience with Unreal as well. But I am under the assumption that either... that in terms of gems, either you store, like, you store the data of the object that's been collected, like, within a thing, and then whenever a level is loaded, it checks that file and says, oh, if this gem has been found, then we just don't show it, or whatnot. Or... no, wait, no, actually, that sounds like the most likely thing, because if we were to, say, save the actual, like, data for the level, so... hold on, let me make another sheet in Clip Studio to illustrate my point. So, if we would just say, you know, we're just going to draw a little sheet of paper just to represent a list. So, scribble on, so words, funny little inscriptions. So, store list of collected objects. Oh, sorry about that. So, store list of collected objects. Check on level load. And then... so that would essentially be that. So instead of, like, you know, storing the entire data for the level, you'd only store a list of the objects that you've, you know, saved. And I guess in order to do that, we'd have to have, like, a identifier or, like, /code/string that represents it, so we can store it. And I'm remembering to my... why isn't that shouldn't be starting an... what the f... hold on. Okay. Oh. Oh, hello. Also, weird thing. Ad breaks were only like half an hour ago. There should not be another ad break starting soon. I have no idea what's happened. Oh, good lord, what's going on today? Anyway, so before I have a little bit of a panic over what the hell is happening with the ads, there shouldn't be another ad break yet. Not for another half an hour. Sorry, by the way. I think I'll just keep an eye on things as they go along, and if we still have issues, then I definitely need to look at stuff, you know, after stream. But anyway, so store a list of the collected objects, check on the level load, and then, like, we're doing this via, like, a little identifier code or string. Did I change the starting break already? I don't think I did. For future streams. No, I didn't, actually. Like, if I go into, like, the advanced settings, it's still, like, first ad delay 30 minutes, unless it was when I was messing around with it. Or collectibles. Oh, yeah, in terms of the ones I have for, like, the game I'm making, or trying to make, because it's a rap platformer, Cheese is, like, the main one, but then common collectibles, which, drawing from, like, Spyro as an inspiration, they're just going to be fruit, which essentially are just this game's gems. But, look at this. So in terms of, like, how we would store it, or the two different ways of storing things, if we were to just store the list of the objects that collected, probably within, like, I mean, in a general sense, it would be a dictionary, but in more of an unreal sense, it would be a T-map. You know, store the, like, identifier for it as a string, and then, you know, store the actual object as, you know, the value, so the key value pair, and then we'd essentially do that. But in terms of, like, storing the data for the whole level itself, which I've already said in brief that it would be a terrible idea to do that, for multiple reasons, because, you know, not just, like, how much space that would probably take up. Kind of, yeah. In the sense. Say, for example, we're just going to imagine that this is a level. We're just going to add some, like, little... Like, let's use this as, like, a representative of a level. So if we store the whole level... Also, sorry about the ad break. I should have said that the ad break was starting in the... I did. So if we store the whole level... So not only are we just going to be storing, like, you know, the collectibles themselves, like the current state of the collectibles, so whether or not they're hidden. I mean, I'll probably explain this again once the ad breaks are over if people are listening. I just need to take a deep breath. Cool. Cool. I'm just going to write this down whilst the ad breaks are happening. Honest to God, if I had to explain how things feel in my head today, it's like my brain's a little wired, a bit jumpy. That's not really the best thing. So, I just need, I'm just going to try and slow things down a bit in my explanations, in how I'm doing things, and hopefully that should be better. Yeah, I know, it's weird. Sometimes it does the whole 3 minutes, and sometimes it only does 2. I believe from what I've been told is that if it can't manage, like, if it can't find enough for, like, the whole 3 minutes, then that stuff happens. But if it does find enough for the whole 3 minutes, then it will run the whole 3 minutes. Like, some people will get the whole 3 minutes, and some people won't get the whole 3 minutes. It's weird. It's so strange. I got the full 3. Yeah. Heater. Anyway, I'm going to explain things again. Also, welcome back, everyone else, and also, you are back now, though. Yep, I know. So, going through things again, and I'm gonna go through things slowly now, because my brain has essentially been in overdrive for some reason, and has made explaining things a little bit difficult. So, I apologize, chat and people watching things back. Anyway, I tweaked the setting now, though, for the the delay for the ad break. Hopefully that doesn't actually do anything now. And if it does, then we now know that things do happen in real time, which is a bit strange. But anyway, okay, so going through things again, there are 2 different things that I was thinking of when it comes to storing, like, the state of the collectibles. First is just simply, or I say simply, it'd actually be a little bit complex to do this, but this is the solution that we want to go for, because it would be more ideal. For each level, we would have, yeah, no changing your settings will, it will affect your current stream. Oh. Okay, so there was a bit of a moment where I was like, you know, like, looking at the different settings for what you could set the first delay for an ad break to. And I think because I did that, like, back and forth between 1 minute and then back to half an hour, it reset the delay for an ad break to, you know, half an hour again. So, I think that explains a lot now. So, that puts my mind at ease for that. Thank you. Does it have a save button? I can't... It doesn't have a save button. It does not have a save button. There's no button to save the settings for it, which is kind of weird. There really should be. It would be a bit more ideal. But yeah, as I was saying, the ideal solution would be for each level, or just as a whole, I say as a whole, like, store a list of the collected objects for, like, a given level, either... No, we would have, like, separate, like, key maps for the fruits and for the cheeses, because, you know, it's easier to do that way, you know, easier in terms of, like, organizing things. It keeps things nice and neat, in my opinion. But, store the list of the collected objects. I'm using Unreal Engine 5, because I've been learning that for the past year or so. I've been getting there slowly with it, because little brief history. During my time at university, I used Unity, and I was stubborn on using Unity because it felt very nice and friendly to use. But then last year, there was the whole fiasco with Unity and the license changes and everything else. And at the time, I thought, okay, I already know bits about Unreal, not too much. This could be a good opportunity for me to properly learn it, considering the fact that my programming teacher at university made it very unenjoyable to learn Unreal, hence the reason why I stuck with Unity the entire time. So, I've been progressively learning Unreal and bits with Unreal the past year, such as behavior trees, the whole, like, multiplayer networking tidbits, the gameplay ability system, and all of that. And, you know, slowly getting the hang of things, you know, over time. It's been a process, but I'm feeling a lot more comfortable with it now than I ever was. Eventually, once I've learned a fair bit, I do intend on learning Godot because it would be nice to have that in my toolset. It would be nice to have that, you know, just to say, hey, I can develop games in this, but I can also do this. And while I still have, like, my base knowledge of Unity and, like, the bits that I learned, it's kind of difficult to trust Unity as a company because of, you know, the stuff that they did. Even if, like, they eventually walked it back, it's... Now, a lot of trust was damaged in that little fiasco. Anyway, so for each type of collectible, for each level, we would store a list and we would say, oh wait, it could be a T-map where, like, the level name is, you know, the key, and then the value within the pair is another T-map that would be a key for, like, the specific collectible, like the ID for it, and then the object itself, and then we check if that has been collected or not. Yeah, no, that could work, that could work. I'll explain things slowly later, but what I'm saying is that we're storing a list of the collected objects, and then when we load the level, we check, see if those objects, you know, have been collected or not. And if they have been, after checking, then we just hide them, we just make it like impossible for the player to collect it again. That is the ideal solution. That would take a little bit of working out to do, but it is the one that we want to use, because if we were to store the whole level's data, so not only would we be storing the state of the collectibles, we would also store the enemy positions, we would also store the player positions, and when you're reloading a level in this kind of game, you want enemies to respawn. If we were to say, oh, these enemies don't exist anymore because they have been deleted from this level, I was using list as a general term. I am using, like, dictionaries, or in the Unreal's sense it would be T-maps, but I was using list as a more general term, not as a specific. I'm sorry if that was confusing. But yeah, if we were to store the whole level, the enemies wouldn't despawn, so we will be using T-maps, or, to simply put, dictionaries. In my attempt to be a bit agnostic with my explanation, I kind of caused a little bit of confusion, but that's what I'd want to do with the collectibles. Not that I'm trying to think. We would try and lay out some of the framework for it today, but there are some other bits that I also want to try and get on with. So, I'd say, simply put, if we were to go for the simplest thing possible, there are some things I have here. So, basic implementation for the collectibles, which we're slowly working on. Also, eventually actually sorting out ladders for the player, because, like, as I've pointed out before, previously, and if you're new here, then of course I will explain things. So, go into play mode. And, we climb up here, so we have the ladder, we can slowly climb up it, we can jump off of it and do that, but going down, like, climbing down the ladder doesn't properly... Oh yeah, here you go. But yeah, but climbing down the ladder doesn't let you properly sort of walk away from it, which is an issue, so I do want to make a new implementation of the ladder climbing so we can fix that issue. And then also... this is going to be a simple thing to do. If you have more collectibles of the same type stored in the dictionary, how are you going to figure out which ones you already collected? You had an idea for a lot, like, ladder type. Oh, go on. Or for a ladder type thing. Yeah, go on, go on. In terms of that, just a moment, brain's thinking. Actually, I'd have to work things out a little bit more on that front. Because I have kind of messed about with kind of this kind of stuff back in Unity, but it was like on a smaller scale compared to this. And it was a rough implementation, admittedly. So I do need to look at this kind of thing a bit more. You know, like, learn all the ins and outs of trying to sort of do this kind of thing. But, because, like, mice and rats use drain pipes to get around, so... Oh, yeah, no, actually, that could work. Oof. Sorry about that. It depends on what kind of world you're going for. Yeah, no, but good idea. It's a good idea. If it's more urban, it could work. Yeah. But then again, if it's more, like, medieval or fantasy or stuff like that, then things would have to be a bit different. But, you know, I haven't properly decided on, like, the type of world yet, so who knows? Like, that could either work, or it could work in specific contexts, or it could be themed around, like, the different levels and stuff. But, yeah, I do need to, try and take the time to sort of learn those bits a bit more. But yeah, the third thing on the list, which by far is definitely the easiest thing to do, would be to add controller support, because at the moment, I'm still using the keyboard for everything. I would definitely want there to be, you know, controller support, to play this, later down the line, whether it's for playtests, or, you know, you could always go for those, like, hanging, like, oh yeah, it could do, actually. I see what you mean. Or, like, little rope netting, too. That could work, too. But, yeah, controller support is definitely a thing that I have been kind of neglecting for a long time. And I feel like for when we eventually, like, when I eventually get this out for, like, people to properly, you know, playtest and whatnot, because I do want to work towards that as an aim, it would be convenient. It would be very convenient to have controller support. So I'm going to quickly do that. That won't take too long. All it really is a simple matter of adjusting the input mapping context. So where is input? Input is there. Then IMC player input. And then we're going to go player move. Going to go here. And then we need to add the individual ones for, like, joystick up, joystick down, joystick left, and joystick right. So this is going to take a little bit of time. This is going to be a bit, so... Oh, wait, no, I don't want to do that. So, it would be gamepad. It would be gamepad, left thumbstick up. Yep. And now I need to remember, in terms of modifiers, yeah, I have squizzled the input axis. So it actually, you know, accepts it as moving forward. And then name for down, so game add left thumbstick down, and then two modifiers. We need the swizzle, and then we need negate, so it's, you know, minus, so it's -1 on the axis instead of, you know, 1. Then this is gonna take a little bit. It's literally the simplest thing ever, but it's more of, I guess, the tedium, because it is kind of it does take a little bit of time. So we want negate for that. So, and then for right, we just kind of leave it as is. So gamepad left thumbstick right. Cool. Now, just to double check. Alright, that does work. That does work. I'm not using my keyboard. I am using my controller right now. It's difficult to tell coming through the mic. I just had to do that just so I could prove that I was using my Xbox controller rather than using the keyboard. But But yeah, that works. So yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I can't tell with OBS. Sometimes things will come through and sometimes things won't come through. But you know, it works. It works. So for the player jump, we're just going to be using, like, in terms of like Xbox notation, it would be the A button. But in terms of like, you know, gamepad itself, it would be gamepad. Oh, it would just be face button bottom. So it would be the bottom face button. Then for player look, it would be gamepad right thumbstick. I think it would be right thumbstick to the axis. I might be wrong. We'll test this because there's no like generic, this is just the right thumbstick for selecting like what control option you want to assign to an input action. So if we do this, hey, that works! That actually worked! Hell yeah! Right, so player inputs, player input again, jump, look, stop jump, and essentially we still need to assign this as, like, the A button, but, you know, when we're releasing the A button. So base button bottom, and then we're just going to have it be released as a trigger, and then sort that out. Sprint, in terms of sprint, I think I want it to be, for all intents and purposes, for the Xbox controller, it would be X, but in terms of like the generic gamepad notation, it would just be gamepad face button left. And then the same would apply to stop sprint, but also I find it annoying how whenever I add the thing, it would just constantly open these things back up. Like, I don't need these open anymore. That's kind of a bit frustrating. So, gamepad, face button left, and then add released as the trigger, because for some reason, like, the enhanced input system is a bit finicky or a bit specific with things. Stop sprint, then stomp. Right, so we do this. So we're looking around with the right stick, holding X to sprint. Oh boy. I just realized there's a thing that I forgot. Oh yeah, there was a trigger for the jump as well. I remember now. So jump, spacebar has a trigger, and that's on pressed. Cool. So on pressed. Whoops. So it was working, but it wasn't working as intended. So jump, air dash, the wall jump, diagonal, like directional wall jump, and everything like that. That's working on the controller now. So I've already kind of like had this in my head in terms of the stomp itself. So in terms of the input, I believe this is just on. Yeah, this is just going to be on pressed as well. I don't want this to be repeatedly like called when holding like the button. So face button top, and then trigger pressed. And then for attack, this is just easy. This will be the B button. Or in the case of just the gamepad, it will be face button right. And then on pressed. Believe? Yep. Pressed. And then Stop attack will be the same but released. Like, to be fair, I kind of, like, made a big deal of how tedious it would be. It's not that tedious. It's just a little tedious. You know, constantly, like, expanding and collapsing all the options over and over again. Released. Like, it's mildly tedious. Not an absolute pain in the ass. And then pause. Just gonna say... I'm sure... Oh, wait, no, I didn't mean to... Oh, wait, that was an input. Never mind. Game had... Oh, whoops. I think it would be special, right? I think. Okay, so for all intents and purposes, that should all be set up now. We'll find out. So moving around, looking around, sprinting, jumping, stomping, wall jump, wall slide, even though that's just like letting it just slide against the wall, air dash, air dashing twice, sprinting, attacking, like both like aiming it and just pressing the button to attack, which is pretty cool. The last thing I need to check is pause. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, wait, no, now I remember. It's because... Wait, but it should... So pause the game. Delegate instances. Enhanced input. Ooh, that was weird. UMG... Uh-huh. Weird. Very weird. Very, very weird. Actually, I should check if, like, pressing the 1 key to pause also does this. Okay, so pressing the 1 key doesn't do that. But for some reason, pressing the special button does? The thing is, I don't think it's actually... I should probably... If I try it... If I do it again, So, pressing... For some reason, I think on the gamepad itself, like the pause and select buttons are special button right and left respectively. Because exit in the editor exits out of play mode, and I want to test the pause menu, I have the 1 key, so not on the numpad, but just 1 in general, assigned to pause the game. So, oh, okay, that's weird. Wait, what happened? I was pressing the 1 key. I was doing... Okay, so I think there's a general thing that's happening. We'll see what's happening. We'll see what's happening. But that shouldn't be happening, but it is happening. Maybe it's because of the physics. It could be. So if we're stood still, and we press 1, cool, that's fine. If we look around, cool, that's fine. If we jump and press 1, it's fine. That's weird. So weird. That's so weird. Right, and if I press the... Okay, it's working now. What the hell? That's... It doesn't happen all the time, but for some reason it just crashes on the odd occasion. Like, I'm trying to replicate it. Okay, there we go. So, exception access violation. TB player controller. Pause the game. This doesn't help me. Send and restart. We'll send and restart. I'm going to... While I could be getting on with, like, doing other bits, I am going to try and see if I can replicate this consistently and then figure out what's going on, because this is very weird. This is very weird. Right. So, if I were to play and then just, you know... Okay, I'm... Oh yeah, I was on this side. Whoops. When did it happen last time? Like, one of them was when I was in midair. One of them was, like, as I was just taking off. Okay, no, there it goes again. I should probably take a look at this. So, Unreal Machine when pausing game. Like, it can be from that, but for some reason, like, let's double check. Let's look at everything. So, jumping off the wall here, it's fine. If I'm just, like, stood here, that's fine. And I'm also testing on both fronts, so if I'm... That's fine too. It's so strange! Right, so if I stomp, then pause, that's good. It seems to be intermittent, and it's weird. Because of the fact that it's so intermittent, I can't tell, you know... What if the box in front of you isn't? So what if my thing is in a wall? So if the little thing for detecting on the charge is in a wall. Nope. Apparently not. Okay, so then it crashed again. So pause the game. So it's happening... Of course it's happening when the game is paused. It's happening within the UMG itself. It's happening within, I believe, the widgets. So, Unreal Editor / underscore UMG. So it's definitely to do within like with elements of like Unreal's widgets, but I'm trying to understand why. Could it be when it's created? It could be when it's created. Hold on. If I go into widgets, and the pause menu is the one that I'm making. So what is it trying to do? So unpressed. Like, nothing's happening here. So what is it trying to get? Like, it can't be any of this. Alright, Right, I'm gonna take a look in the code and see if there's anything, because this stuff is happening within the player controller, so... So, pause menu... Widget library... I think it said it was line 143. So... Weird that it's happening within, like, it's not happening in a specific line of code, it's happening within Unreal's UMG, which is everything to do with, like, UI and widgets and everything. Oh wait, I pressed escape. Whoops. Right, I'm seeing if, like, repeatedly, like, opening and closing it within, like, a short span of time is the thing that affects this, but I don't think it is. Okay, there we go. So, UMG, which is line 143, which of course is when it's setting the input mode. See, there's a theory I have. Also, the music's almost over, and it's been that long already. Crazy. Set it to Seashell Shore. Okay, right. So, if we go into... Like, I mean, I already had Rider there, but I have the separate windows anyway, just because. It's this line here. So, I'm wondering... So, A player controller, in widget to focus, was null pointer. So, B flash input. What does flash input mean? So, Unreal Engine flash input. Oh. Right, if I send and restart the editor, I might have a solution. I might be wrong. So in this there is in widget to focus, so I'm still gonna have it be null pointer because I'm not specifically focusing on one. Do not lock. However, I'm gonna set flush input to true. And what flush input essentially says is if there was like an input that you made or made just moments before this is called, and this is probably the reason why this might be happening. It could be that an input is trying to, like the game is attempting to make and process an input at the same time this is happening, or just before this happens. And because of that, like, I think it's just an input, like an issue with the inputs, and inputs trying to be processed just as this is happening. And because of that, it doesn't know what to do with things, and it's just crashing because of that. I'm going to see if doing this fixes things. So I'm going to have to close the editor anyway, and then compile the code, because, yeah. Honestly, weird stuff. But fixing this is necessary.
I'm really feeling it.
Oh. Oh, Cryoman, thank you ever so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Alright, so hopefully this should fix it. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it's worth a try. So I think I forgot to say BRB, but hello, I'm back. Hello, Heater. Oh. If I can't really replicate it, if I can't, you know, do the same thing to try and trigger it, it's just a matter of, oh, no, never mind, it did not fix it. Oh, God, no. I think, I mean, it might just be an editor thing as well. It may or may not just be an editor thing as well. Who knows? Right, send and restart, because we may as well. I think I'm going to push that back a little bit, because I don't want to just be, you know, bogged down by the bug fixing and trying to see why this thing is crashing all the time. So, and even then, it's an intermittent crash, so it's not like it's going to happen all the time while I'm trying to test things. So we'll probably fix it later. Though I thought this would work. It was an attempt. It was an attempt. But anyway, easy thing out of the way, controller stuff done. I'm gonna take a quick couple minute break, and this is kind of weird because probably the ad break will happen soon. I don't know, but I'm gonna take a quick couple minute break just to sort of thing out, get another drink and whatnot. So I will be a couple minutes. Just hang tight. I'll be right back. Catch you in a few minutes. Right, and we're back. Sorry about that. Okay. So I'm gonna try and slowly, I suppose slowly whittle away at trying to sort out stuff with the collectibles. So back into the specific window for Rider. So as I pointed out, I'd probably have to use T-maps for, you know, storing what objects have and haven't been collected. And the way I do that, because, like, of course, within the dictionary, you can't store, like, the same, like, key value pair twice. You could only have, like, you could have, like, you know, you can't store the same key value pair twice. So as long as, like, the key and the hold on. Let me think. Okay, my brain is about to explode. Right. So, stuff aside, at the moment, within, like, collected primary attribute, collectible, like, the interface methods, neither of these do anything aside from printing out, like, text. And that's fine and all for testing stuff, but if we're wanting to actually make progress with, you know, getting the collectibles collected, storing them, saying, oh, if the level loads and this collectible has already been collected, we just want to hide this, we need to properly sort of whittle away at how we're going to store the data. So, all I can probably think of... Oh, sorry. I mean, of course, one thing that we definitely need, and this is just going to be a private variable, and I'm just going to make this a U property so we can, you know, visible anywhere. No, not visible instance only, visible anywhere. So, going to have an int 30 and int 32, and we're just going to call it. We're going to call this first one cheese count. And then we're going to have another int 32, so I may as well just duplicate this, but rename the variable. So we're going to have cheese count, we're going to have fruit count. If we're going to use, you know, the actual specifics in terms of, like, what we're referring to these collectibles as. And then, simply put, I mean, as I said, we're going to slowly whittle away with this. So we're going to do this step by step. So, cheese count plus, and then in, like, this is just simply put, this will work. So, fruit count plus, and this is useful just to sort of, like, retain, like, how many of each thing that we've collected anyway. So, in both cases, of course, like, a number will, like, go up, and in both cases we'll be storing which ones have and haven't been collected. So, in a way, it's very much the same, but I feel like yeah, the funny numbers go up. That's always the funny part. The funny numbers when they go up. So since it's being stored in the player state, I can check this actually. So go into play mode, check the player state, and we have cheese count and fruit count here. So at the moment, I believe I have it just set to, you know, printing out the statement for, oh, the secondary collectible has been collected. So if you pick this up, fruit count's gone up by 1. So that works. I mean, it's a simple thing, but it works. So, as I said, step by step. We're doing this slowly, so it'll be easier for my brain to process without it just going like... So, the next step that I will sort of slowly go over... So I'll probably make this a U property as well, so this is visible. I can't remember if this can or cannot be seen within a... Right, so in C++, or at the very least in Unreal C++, I don't know if this applies to actual C++. C++. I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, T-maps are much like dictionaries in that you have a key and you have a value. So the key can be like it's most commonly a string. So I'm trying to think. Right, UE so text. It would be... Oh, wait. F-string. We'd have it be an F-string in Unreal. And then I would say... I'll forward declare it. So we'll forward declare it up here. ATP collectible base. So we can use it here. So ATP collectible base. And we'll call this the... fruit map. Oh wait, I forgot. I need to make that a pointer. Whoops. So we'll store an F string, and we'll store a pointer. Wait a minute. Right, for all intents and purposes at the moment this will work. So hold on. Okay, no. Okay, I got it. So fruit map, and we'll do another one for the cheeses too. So visible anywhere, T map, F string, ATP collectible base pointer, and we'll call it cheese map. And these will essentially be our things for storing, you know, which of the collectibles have been collected, which ones haven't, and so on. So now the thing is, at the moment, collected primary collectible implementation does not take, you know, any sort of parameters in. And I think the one thing that would be useful, because we know what we're using this with. We're using this with the collectibles. We're not using this with anything else. We're not using this interface with any other type of object. We're only using this with the collectibles, and we're only calling this from collectible objects. So one thing that I will change, and I'll need to make this change within the player state as well. So if we go into the collectible interface, and I'm also going to have to forward declare stuff here too. So I'm going to have to say class ATP underscore collectible base. And this is going to have... I'm going to have to change several things. Okay, so ad break's in 3 minutes. So it has been roughly an hour. So cool. It did dynamically change things on the fly. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Anyway, so I'm going to have an ATP underscore collectible base pointer. And we're just going to call this collectible. And then this will be the same for the other method too. Cool. And then in the player state, of course, we need to... So ATP underscore collectible base. Because the function signatures are all wrong. I didn't make these capital. I should have made these capital, or uppercase, because I have been doing that a lot more. With learning more of Unreal. So, and while it doesn't necessarily need to match like the name of stuff, it just needs to have like a similar function signature. So, you know, the same function signature. The name of it doesn't really matter when you're inheriting too much in some ways, but it is better to just, you know, make sure that it's 100% one-to-one. And then in the player state, like CPP file, just throw those in there, and we're good. Cool. That's one part of it. And I long for when spring and summer come back, because then I won't be as cold, and I won't be as snotty, but then I'd be suffering from hay fever. But at the very least, I could take hay fever tablets for that. So, all in all, better for me, in my opinion. I think I put it in its own folder. So collectible, and no, I need the H. I need the H file, not the CPP. I already did that. So we need the H file, and I don't have a private section, which is odd. And the reason why I have two public sections, which is kind of weird, is because I do like to keep some of, like, the more universal and overridden methods separate from, like, say, methods that are called from other classes. So, like, force inline public methods and whatnot, but... But yeah, ad break is starting just in a moment, so I'm going to throw the text there. And I'm just going to consider my options. So, let me just break things down for myself, just to make it easier. So I'm going to be doing some doodling, like, off screen, just to sort of, like, work things out. So... Right, so let us consider options. Okay, so I'm gonna be mumbling to myself a little bit, so so they pick it up, and then when picked up, press. Oh wait, actually, I am gonna have to change how it does like things within that method. Otherwise, this will cause an error. So pass itself through. So say that this is the data, and in that data is an ID. And this can either be manually assigned for... object as value. Okay. I kind of defogged a thing or two in my head, so I'll explain that a little bit more when chat gets back. Just so they don't miss my little explanation. Speaking of, we're almost back. Though I am aware that, you know, not the entire ad break is given. Sometimes. Like, not the whole 3 minutes, which is kind of weird. Gotta go, bye-bye. Oh, okay. Thank you ever so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it, and hope to see you again in chat soon. Anyway, for other people in chat, welcome back. So, in terms of explaining things, and also I should hide this now, I have kind of defogged things a little bit. I was drawing down some notes in Clip Studio, so if we go back in here, so what I have here, small little diagram, or small little sketch. So the player walks into a collectible, and then when they walk into the collectible, as I changed within the code, within the collectible interface, this method will accept a collectible object as a parameter. So, in essence, since this is being called from the collectible itself, it's passing itself into this method. So, it will just use a reference to self. And it will pass itself as data. So this little cube represents the data. Within this data, there is an important thing that we need to grab from, like, using a public method. It will be like a little ID. And we can either manually assign this ID, which would probably be better because then we can, you know, have control over what level, like, name or number, like, this collectible is, which would probably take a longer time, but generally speaking, as I said, a lot more control over things. You know, cool stuff. But also, another method would just be to randomly generate an ID, which, bearing in mind, wouldn't take nearly as long for stuff. But if it's randomly generated in the, like, just, like, as you're placing things, you know, rather than when things spawn or appear, then that's fine. As if you just place it down, press a button, and, you know, it generates an ID, you can leave it at that. That would be simple enough. But if it was to randomly generate an ID every time a level was loaded, you'd never be able to properly check if things had been, you know, collected or not, and that could cause issues. So that's the reason why I said randomly generating it, depending on how we do it, when we do it, may or may not be optimal. So that's one thing to consider. And as I said, manually assigning it would probably be better for, you know, having more control, but as I said, it would prove to be kind of tedious. So, yeah. Continuing the explanation, within the T-maps, we would use the ID itself as the key, and then the object itself would be the value. So we'll get the ID from the object, we'll set the, you know, we'll set the object as its value, and then that's stored. Basically, that's one part of it done. That's, you know, storing it, like, in the game at that point in time. And then, you know, just... Actually, now that I think about it, like... I'll work out some other bits later, like later down the line. I'd have to look into things. But at the moment, so I'm not gonna do anything further here yet. Actually, in the code, I may as well add the ID as a variable. So first things first, U property, edit anywhere, and then we're gonna go for an F string, and this is gonna be collectible ID, and this is the ID for the collectible itself. And then we're gonna make a force inline F string get collectible ID const, and then we're just returning the F string. That's all we need. That's all we're getting from this. We're just... Does it need to be a pointer? F string... Oh wait, return... Oh wait, no. Return... I don't mean to return F string. I meant to return collectible ID. Whoops! But yeah, we're returning this F string with this method, so we're getting it from this collectible. Anyway, before I continue with things, one thing that I need to point out is the issue with how we're doing things at the moment with, you know, picking up the collectible. Okay, right, editor's back open again. Now I can go into my little explanation about, you know, the things that I need to change with how the collectibles are being handled at the moment. So, collectibles, temp collectible. Now, the thing that I've changed, of course, is... Of course it needs to pass itself, so... Get reference to self. Right. And this will go for both. Even though I'm only testing one of the things here, you know, just having it linked to both just for testing purposes is helpful. Anyway, as I was saying, at the moment, when the player overlaps with this box, you know, we're checking if the player character, or no, if an object overlaps with this box, we're checking if they implement the player character interface. And if it does, then it's the player, and then we want to say they've collected either one of the collectible types, and then, you know, at the moment, we're destroying the actor. Now, there is a reason why this is kind of an issue. So, if we go back in... Alright. No, actually, we'll start the explanation from here. So, with both of these interface methods from the collectible interface, the change that we made is that we're passing in a collectible object, so an object inheriting from, like, TP collectible base as a parameter. And the object that this is being called from, I merged for and from, but from is being passed, like, it's passing itself as a parameter. And the reason why this is an issue is because we're first passing itself, and then we're destroying this object. And what would basically happen is, in, like, speaking in terms of the code itself, when we pass in that method into the method being, or the implementation of the method within the player state, the next part that I'm, of course, going for is we're going to, so we're going to go F string. Okay, Ryder froze for a moment, that's fun. Collectible object ID, and then we're going to say equals collectible, and then we're going to get the get collectible ID method, and of course that now also implements that header, the H file for that object, so we can now use like whatever methods that we need to from it, and also it just completes the class anyway. But The next thing in the step would be to, or the next step in the sequence would be to get the object ID or the collectible ID from the collectible itself. However, if we're passing in that collectible as a parameter, and then we delete that collectible, that object and its values, like all of its data, can no longer be accessed. And so what would happen here is like, oh, we've set this, but then we've also deleted this. So this will now just be a null pointer. There'll be a null reference exception. So it's trying to access like a collectible ID from an object that no longer exists. So because of that, we crash. We just crash here. So while making sure to not destroy the object is, you know, one thing, I'm going to make this doubly safe by changing the code here so that we say if collectible is a null pointer, then we return though this may not help, you know, because this is being this may work, this might work. So f string collectible ID, can it? Oh, it can become invisible. It wouldn't cause lag. The main thing I'd also, if it was still being loaded, so in terms of just hiding object, if I'm going to briefly explain things, and it's the reason why another thing in other types of games are used. So the main thing is that, sure, destroying an object is a very simple way of, you know, just getting rid of something or hiding a thing if you pick it up. But the problem with that is, depending on how much of it you're doing at, like, within a given window, like within a given frame of time, that could be very, like, non-performant. That could cause performance issues. That would possibly make the frame rate drop. That would cause, you know, lag. Especially if you had, like, a lot of objects that you're just spawning in, which by itself, like spawning, like, an object, just a singular object or so, at a time, would, you know, not be an issue. But if you were repeatedly spawning objects in, then, you know, that would cause issues on its own. However, if you were both repeatedly spawning objects in, repeatedly creating them, you know, out of thin air, and then deleting them at the same time, that's a lot of processing power being put towards creating objects and then essentially deleting them and just throwing away the data. So the better thing to do, of course, would be to hide an object when you don't need it anymore. In some cases, like, if you're doing things like sparingly, then you would delete an object. But if you're doing things like very quickly, like within like a small window of time, then deleting would not be a good option, and hiding it would simply be more performant. It would, you know, not cause as many performance issues. And that's where a thing called object pooling comes in. And I'm going to go back into Clip Studio to explain this, because visual aid for this kind of thing is better than just, you know, not having a visual aid for object pooling. So what object pooling is, so say for example, in a 2D game, the player can, of course, dash, but as part of that dash, you have a thing which follows them and, like, gives them, like, a little after image trail. So, for example, like, this is just, like, one part of it, this is just, like, another part of it, and so on and so forth. If you were to essentially just, like, have, like, what is essentially copies, like, little copy objects of the player's sprite, you know, of their current frame of animation, just, you know, repeatedly trail, like, spawn and then be destroyed as they're moving along, that would cause performance issues out the wazoo. Especially because, like, if you're sprinting for a long time, you'll just do, like, spawning and then destroying objects a lot. So what would essentially happen is an object pool basically would create... So say, for example, like... So for object pooling, for the example of this after image effect, you would essentially have, like, an object, like, create, like, a set number of, like, little, like, after image objects to use. So, in this example, these are all, like, little after image sprites. And, you know, they're all, like, basically the same when they spawn. However, whenever they're, like, unloaded, like, whenever they're hidden and then they're, like, made visible again, like, that would, of course, be adjusted to whatever frame of animation the player is on. But it would essentially go in a loop of, like, revealing and hiding objects. So, for example, this first one would be made visible. Then a little while later, the second one would be made visible, and then this third one would be made visible. But at the same time, a little while later, like, whatever, like, some of the previous ones will be made hidden, so the first one. And then whenever this one is made visible, then this one will be hidden. And then when this one's made visible, it will be this one made hidden. Like, this one will be hidden, and so on and so forth. And the reason why this is better is because you're essentially just reusing objects rather than, you know, creating new ones and then deleting them. So rather than just constantly putting, like, creating a taxing load of objects to sort of spawn, delete, and so on, you spawn them right at the start of a game, and then you're just reusing them the entire time, rather than just, you know, like, constantly causing, like, more workload for the processors during the gameplay. You're just doing this at the start, so all the loading happens at the start for these, like, object pool objects, and then but yeah, it's better. It is better. Like, long story short, better to hide objects, like, rather than just, you know, delete them all the time, depending on what you're doing. And in the case of, say, when we're loading into a level where we have collected objects, it's better to, you know, hide the ones that we have collected rather than delete them, because then it would just take a lot longer for things to load. So, yeah. That's the quick of it. It's better to hide objects. So, as I was saying, deleting the object would essentially cause a null reference, like a null pointer, like, it would cause this to be a null pointer, it would cause a null reference exception, or an access violation, and then it would cause the game to crash. So, what we need to do, going back into the editor, is, instead of destroy actor, we need to do something to just hide it. So, I'm going to make a function, though actually, it might be better if I make this a... And I think it's either a blueprint implementable, or... Let me think. There's a specific U function macro that I can do for this. Right, back into Rider, we're gonna go into the H file for the collectible. I I may as well also close the engine while I'm at it, so I can just, you know, not have to wait to compile this once I sort it out. So we're going to go into protected, we're going to go U function, and I believe it's blueprint. So blueprint internal use only, that's... Oh, native. Okay, I think it's blueprint implementable. I might be wrong. So... void hide object or hide collectible. A U function specifiers. Right. Reliable, sealed event, service request. U function cheat sheet. So, I really can't remember some of the bits. Oh wait, no, it is this. Right. Cool. Right, so with a blueprint implementable event, I cannot make a definition for this method in the C++ code. I cannot make a definition for this method within the CPP file. So if I compile this, and then when it loads back up, we go back into the editor, as you do. So, and it's open again. So, we go into temp collectible. Yep, hide collectible. There we go. So, although we can't, you know, make a definition of that method within the code itself, we can make a definition within here. although this is an event, not a function itself. But this is essentially what I'm wanting things to do. So rather than like tack it on at the end, I could do this, and then I can still just make a function itself. So this is event hide collectible. Although it says a blueprint implementable event rather than... Hold on. No, I put it twice in the code. That's what not what I was doing. Blueprints. Actually, let me see. Whatever. We can still essentially do what I was gonna do this way, even though it's not exactly looking how I wanted it to. So with event hide collectible, when this is called, so we'll be calling it from here. Oh wait, I forgot a thing. I need to make it blueprint callable. So blueprint implementable and then blueprint callable. So the reason why, like, although it's appearing within the blueprint, the reason why I am not able to actually call it is because although it's implemented within the blueprint itself, it's still, you know, a method that originates from within the code. And because of that, it needs to be defined as blueprint callable, otherwise it just can't be discovered and called from, like, the blueprint itself. Which is kind of weird, but it's just how Unreal and its C++ works. So hide collectible, we can now call it from the blueprint. And then its implementation of this will work. So, for example, if I say print string, and instead of saying hello, we say hiding collectible. And then we save that, compile that, and then we go here. Then that happens. So it's calling that method, and it's calling hide, and it's saying hiding collectible on the screen. Cool. So what we want to do, so I don't know how to set. So in rendering, yeah, visible, cool. Right, so the two things we want to do is, if we're just hiding things, rather than delete it, set visible, we'll set visibility, and we're going to set the visibility for like the actual mesh to be invisible, and then for like, oh wait, that was the mesh already, whoops. And then for the box, set collision enabled, and we want to set it to no collision. So we do that, we go here, click play, And now we run into the area, and it vanishes. And now, no matter what I do, I probably should have kept the print statement. So print string. It will just say hello now. I'm not going to bother changing it, but this is going to be the same thing. So we run here, hello. And now, no matter how many times we... Oh, I do realize that I also need to disable the collision on the object itself, on the mesh. So I'm going to say no collision on that. If we're talking about this being a fruit, we're going to say, you know, no collision on that. But no matter how many times we run into this thing has no collision. Or, I mean, the mesh has no collision in general, but there's no overlaps being triggered. Nothing else is happening. This object has been hidden successfully. Okay? So, this is better than just deleting it anyway. This is just, you know... The one thing I do like about the gems in the Spyro games is how they sort of like gravitate towards the player. And that's more of a sort of thing to do for later, for visual flair. So if we go here, oh, I'm just going to mark this off as an X to say that that's done. I'm going to say, so changes for later on. So we're going to have interpolation for collectibles. Also, like dust cloud / speed line effects when charging. Jumping. No, not that kind of interpolation. Not that kind of interpolation. In terms of, like, moving an object... in terms of, like, moving an object from, like, point A to point B, like, smoothly. That is what interpolation would be, like, linear interpolation. It's kind of what we're already doing for, like, the sprinting effect. So, like increasing the speed gradually, and then also, like, slowly zooming in, slowly zooming out when we need it to. Like, that's already happening with linear interpolation anyway. So, something kind of like that, but instead of, like, zooming in the camera or gradually increasing the max speed for the player, we'd essentially be interpolating it from, like, where it was to close to the, like, the actual player character or the camera, depending on which one looks better. But that's for later on. That's for later down the line. So, and any other, like, little visual changes and stuff that I want to have accompany, like, specific mechanics, I'll probably include on this list. So, I'm going to throw that to the side for now. Hide that as well, so I don't have it, like, blocking OBS. But that's being hidden, which is what we wanted to have happen to this object when the player picks it up. So now, in here, we're going to say, like, because it's not being destroyed, we can safely do this. So collectible object ID, and then we're going to say fruit map dot add, and then we're going to have the f-string reference. So we're going to have the key for this pair. So this is going to be collectible object ID, and then the value for this, which is of course a collectible base. This is just going to be collectible, and for all intents and purposes, that adds like this object to the thing. Now, the next thing I want to try and test with this is I'm going to have to try and do some of this implementation in blueprints. And while this is kind of unnecessary because this is only going to be for like a little test thing, or a way of testing whether or not this is, you know, working in some ways, it's useful for the purpose of making sure that things are being stored properly. So we're going to compile this first, just to see, you know, whether or not this is being added, and also whether or not this is visible. It should be visible, but as I said, we don't know. So so we're going to click play, we'll go into the player state, because this is where it's being held. Right, cheese map, fruit map, they're visible. At the very least, they're visible there. If we go into, or if we walk into the object, then the T map is updated with a value. There's no ID for this yet, but this is like invisible, like no value, and also however, oh wait, I didn't switch to the engine. Right, I'll explain this again. Right. So the T maps can be seen in the editor. We walk into the object. Fruit map is updated. Although this object doesn't have an ID, it is being added as like a key value pair, or it has an ID, but the ID is just an empty value at the moment. So that's just being stored there. Now, the important thing that we need to check, and while this may not be necessary because we're going to be giving each thing its own ID for storing like collectibles, it's important to have this as a general thing for dictionaries and key maps, like in general. We need to check if this key already exists. So if fruit map dot contains and we check for if it contains the collectible object ID. And I know there's probably no point in like doing both. I could also just say if it doesn't contain it, then we could just add it and have done with it. But I do like double checking just to make sure that things are, you know, working. So if fruit map.add, or if fruit map.contains this ID, then I'm going to print out a log. So UE log temp warning text so collectible already exists in tmap. So, and the reason being is that within dictionaries themselves, you can't have duplicate values, and for all intents and purposes, this just won't work anyway. But or if it does try to, I think it will just override it. So we're just doing this check to say, oh, if it does contain this, then we're not going to add it. We're just going to say that it already exists. And if it doesn't contain this ID, then we're just going to say, oh, collectible object ID and collectible, we're adding this to the dictionary or the tmap. So the next part of this is to actually properly test this. So what I'm going to do, and I also realize where this thing with my phone, like screen protector, might have come from. It might have been from work today. I don't know. Or it could have been from when I dropped my phone, like, kind of a while back, and it slowly, like, actually become, like, a little hairline crack. But anyway, the next thing to test is with, you know, the actual IDs. So we're going to give this a collectible ID of temp obj1. And then we're going to duplicate this. And then first we're going to test with adding, like, different, like, IDs. So we're going to add temp obj2 for this one. And so when we click play, we're going to go into the player state again. Going to check cheese map, because that's what we're checking for. So we're going to go over here. Now it actually has like a filled in ID value. And that's been added to the T map, to the fruit map in this case. And then if we go into the other one, so this has temp object 1. Temp object 1 or temp OBJ 1 is also added to the T map. So that works. But now if we change this to, so say we accidentally added 2 objects with the same ID. So these both have temp obj1. They're essentially the same object now. So if we go here, and I'm not highlighting the player state, whoops, and we go over to this object, so temp obj1, of course, if we run into this one, it will disappear, but it will say collectible already exists in the T-map. So it will increase the fruit count. So I feel like I should actually increase the fruit count when, you know, a collectible is actually collected. I'll get to that, but as you can see, it didn't add like another version of the object to the T-map, because of course it couldn't exist anyway, but it just said, oh, this already exists, we're just not going to do anything with it. So that works. So we're just going to rename this back to temp object 2. Just, oh wait, I forgot to change it to the, I did it again. I got so into my explanation that I forgot to change. Right, again, we're doing this. Okay, so, player state. Keeping an eye on the fruit map. Temp obj1. Temp obj2. They have filled in IDs. They work. Okay? So they have different IDs. Now, we're going over to this one. We accidentally rename it to temp obj1. You know, or we accidentally duplicate it and forget to change the ID. We run into the first one. It's added to the dictionary as normal, or the T-map as normal. We run into the second one. And the fruit count is increased, of course, but it's not added to the fruit map. It's also saying that the collectible already exists in the T-map, so it doesn't do anything with that. Okay. I've done that. I've kind of done that twice now, where I've, you know, where I've gotten into explaining a thing as I'm doing it in the editor, but forgot to switch the screen back to the editor. Sorry about that. I also realized I have been yapping a lot more than normal on a game dev stream. So, you know, throat's a little hoarse and whatnot, but why the fuck was my first instinct to make a joke out of that and say, no? But yeah, no, I'm gonna say we're gonna make some slight adjustments again, because, you know, just for the sake of making it make sense. So fruit count is, of course, just increased there. That was what we were doing before, but now that we're actually, you know, checking to see whether or not it exists within the T-map, we only want to increase this, you know, when the fruit has been added. Oh, whoops. And now, as I said, this is a thing that I'm going to make as a test thing. So we're going to go, again, we're going to go through this bit by bit, slowly, just to make sure that, you know, there's an understanding there that we're not messing things up, or that we don't get too confused. It's mainly getting, you know, too ahead of myself and getting too confused. It happens. It happens a little bit. Okay, the editor's open again. Right. Now, as I said, we're going to go through this slowly. So, although this won't be like a permanent thing in the full game, this is just like a temporary like debug input kind of thing. We're going to make another input. Oh wait, not another input mapping context, another input action. So, input action, IA underscore test collectible. So test collectible. And the reason why I'm saying this test collectible, we're testing the collectible to see if it, you know, it's been hidden, it's actually been stored, if it exists there already. Oh yeah, so we add that, and just to make this simple, I don't know why these are still like or like expanded. I don't know why. So we're gonna. Why does it do this? It's so annoying. So this is gonna be IA underscore test project the test collectible. Why does it do this? Like I'm gonna like right, 2. There's gonna be 2. And this, I only want this to trigger, you know, on press. That's all I want. So there's gonna be 2. And that's about it. And then we're gonna have to go into the code and temporarily add this as an input action to be bound within the player class. So save this. Gonna, you know, go into Rider, close the editor, and then oh wait, no, now I remember I need to open the player character. Whoops. My attention wandered for a moment. So player character, H file, CPP. Gonna need to add an input action all the way at the top. Oh wait, no, it's not here. It's in the player controller. Whoops. So player controller H, player controller CPP. So back up here. View property, edit anywhere, blueprint, read only. Category, and we're going to put this in test inputs, and then say meta equals allow private access. We're going to say u input action pointer test collectible action. Quite honestly, it's actually kind of fortunate that so it's going to be a protected method, of course. I'm going to say U function. We needed that anyway, but we're going to make it a blueprint implementable event. I'm going to say void test collectible maps. And then in binding the input or binding the actions, we're going to say enhanced input, find action, test collectible, action, triggered, this, and we're going to say ATP player controller. That's collectible T-maps. Cool. Right. It wasn't showing up for a moment for some reason. Which is especially strange. So, test collectible T-maps there. And of course, we get to define this within blueprints. And the reason I'm doing this is specifically so I can access a thing within the player state. So actually, we're going to need that open again. So back into player state.h. Oh wait, no, we're not going to need the player state. We're going to need the collectible interface. So collectible interaction, it's collectible interface within the interaction. So we're going to say, so U function, blueprint native event, blueprint callable. I'm going to say void test collected collectible. And then in the player state, oh yeah, we are going to need the player state. Whoops. We're going to need player state.h, and then player state.cpp. Test collected collectible implementation. We're going to implement this. We're going to get rid of the super because we don't need that. And then we're going to say, we're going to do stuff here. Ooh, actually, what I really should have done is I can change things. So fstring test ID. So test ID, I'm gonna pass that through. And say again fstring test. I forgot to. I know it doesn't really matter if it's the exact same like name or not, but it's consistency. It's consistency which I like. So test ID, and then I'm gonna say if fruit map dot contains test ID. So if fruitmap.contains test ID, then we're going to do whatever within, like, blueprints, I believe. Just to make this a bit, you know... Okay, we'll make this a blueprint implementable event as well, but we'll have to make it public. So, public... So U function, blueprint implementable event, then void Tom, I am aggressed. Are you okay? Oh. Is it because of the thing? Is it because of the thing that I sent in group chat about duelists in Marvel Rivals that complain about healers? It's only to the ones that... you know, feed people. I saw what you sent, and I agree, you're not the problem. It's just that a lot of the people who play Duelist who complain are the people that, you know, feed the enemy team. And then as a result, everyone else gets fed to the enemy team. Also, ad break starts in a few minutes. So, Blueprint Implementable Event. Void. I don't disagree, but I do... I was saying it was relevant to the conversation earlier! Okay, so reveal collectible. To be fair, I don't need the on-collectible pickup object or method anymore. This isn't needed because I'm handling it entirely different. Grr. Right, so of course we got reveal collectible. That will be implemented within blueprints and whatnot. We're gonna... So that will be bound within the player controller. Test collectible team apps is there, which is also a blueprint implementable. So we're gonna go... I'm gonna level with everyone. Like, oh wait, hey, the override did not match any of the test collector. Oh, okay. This is in the H file. Player state. What do you mean it doesn't? It bloody did! It bloody well did overwrite, I swear. Also, ad break. What's going on? It does overwrite! I swear. So ITP player state, virtual word test collected, collectible, implementation. It fucking does! It does override it. What's going on? Weird. Right. Right. Testing this bit by bit. If it has a compiler error again, I don't know what's... What do you mean? An overloaded member function not found in... Oh yeah, welcome back, chat. I don't know what's going on with this. So test collect a collectible, of course, that's in the collectible interface. And we go into the player state, of course, this has already got player collectible interface methods. I'm gonna say virtual void test. And we're going to try compiling this, and it should be working, but for some reason, what is going on with this? It's not wanting me to do this for some reason. I also close these because I'm done with this for now, but for some reason. This is so weird. What do you mean function is hidden? Like, I'm defining it in the exact same way as I've done the others, so... Closed, not open for business. It should be open for business. Grr. So weird. Like, it's not a matter of how things are named, because it's not had any problems before. Oh. Music stopped. Where is... That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Oh, there we go. That's Sheila's Alps, but that one's kind of repetitive. I'll go Haunted Tomb. Like, if I was to just make this, like, a regular thing without, like, any parameters, we'll see what happens. Okay, so what the hell? I did want to set like a little test ID manually. Of course the code is being weird, so Okay, what's going on? Oh, whoops. Right, I'm gonna close the engine because this is... I'm gonna say if route map dot contains temp obj1, then let's say auto collectible Okay, that's alright. Get thick value from tmap Unreal. Oh, dot bind. It's tmap dot bind. Or through map dot bind. So it'd be then collectible. Okay, that's weird. It's a pointer to a pointer. Which is kind of strange. So I have to dereference whatever it gets so it becomes a regular pointer. So ATP collectible, then collectible, reveal collectible, and then fruit map dot remove. And then we'll copy this. Okay, so within the player controller, we have like the input bound and everything, but we don't have it doing like so. Test collectible T maps is a blueprint implementable because now remember we're getting the. Okay, cool, right. So now I've got my brain back on track as much as I possibly can. Tee. We're going to sort this bit out. Okay, so back into the editor now. And this is also the reason why having the player controller blueprint is a good thing. Aside from, you know, just having an actual class to set things to. And also set the input stuff. So we're going to override... Oh, wait, I didn't mean to make a new function. Whoops. So we're going to override test collectible T-maps. And when we press this, we're going to get player state. We don't need to do get player controller because this is already a player controller. We just need to get the player state. And then from the player state, we need to call test collectible. Or, well, yeah, we need to call the test collectible method from that interface. So, back into the editor, I'm going to say test collected collectible. And of course, I do need to actually okay, that's weird. It didn't hold on. Test collectible action. It should be there. Oh, it's in its own category. I forgot. It's in its own category. Test inputs. So, test collectible. Of course, that's assigned to 2 via the mapping context. Though I should also add a thing within the code, but if it doesn't already exist in the T-map, so we're gonna say in the player state, if this doesn't exist, and this is just for, you know, the sake of checking, so UE_log, log temp, warning, text, object doesn't exist. And then we're just going to recompile quickly. Okay, right. This is open. And as I said, we were just checking this just to be sure. So, I'm going to go into the output log, I'm going to make this bigger so we can see it. And then again, it's number 2 that does this. So if we press 2, object doesn't exist, object doesn't exist, object does not exist. Now, if you remember, so we're gonna... Oh wait, I did not mean to... I meant to press F1. Whoops. So if we go back into the player state, you can remember the fruit map exists here, and when we pick up this object, then, you know, it stores temp object 1, and it stores, you know, the object that that ID is associated with. So now if we... And also if we collect this one... Oh wait, this is still set to temp object 2. Or temp object 1, not temp object 2. Whoops. So we're going to do that so that they're both separate again. So we can store them both. So we'll pick up one, we'll pick up the other. So now, if I was to press 2, that removes that from the map, but at the moment, it's not, you know, doing the thing that I set it to, which is to, you know, reveal the object. And this was just for a test, just to make sure that this all works. So... Right, so event, reveal collectible, and then we're just going to take these, set these to essentially be the inverse of what we did before. So we're going to set it visible, or the cube visible, and we're going to set collision enabled, query and physics. So, although this is not really necessary, this is just making sure that things are being loaded in when needed. So the key value pair was being removed from the T-map, and then when we press 2, that's back there again, and we can pick it up again, and then if we wanted to just, you know, bring it back in, just press 2 again, and this isn't like creating and deleting an object, this is this is hiding and then revealing an object as well. And generally speaking, it's a lot more efficient than, say, doing that, which, although it's like, as I said, that's like spaced out, so it's not, you know, doing it repeatedly. But at the same time, repeatedly destroying a lot of objects and also repeatedly spawning them are both factors to low performance. So hiding objects in this way is a lot better. So the same thing, when we get around to it, will be essentially just done, or we could just do it for the for the main collectibles as well. So I could essentially just copy the code over, and it's kind of redundant having the same code like for both methods, but at the same time, actually, I may have a bit of a solution for this. So I need to remember what I've done in terms of so if I go back into the enemy AI, go into... That's not it. Enemy AI, enemy, grounded enemy. We're going to go into the behavior tree, and current state itself is based on enemy AI states, which is a code, which is a H file. Of course, it won't show up in the editor, so we're going to go back into Rider to find this, just so I can remember. I believe it's public. Yep, enemy AI states. So how we did this here is, of course, we went into the public folder, we added a file, and we're going to make it a H file. And you can't see this because I'm not using display capture for this as well, but It's gonna be, this file will be called collectible types.h. So this will be collectible types.h. And as soon as I finish that, that will be done. So we're gonna take pragma once. Hold on, just to actually, you know, get myself properly up to speed. What is pragma once? Alright, that's what it is. So pragma once. So pragma once essentially makes it so that a header file or a H file is only included once within a single compilation. Oh, sorry. But yeah, it just means that it's only included once within the compilation. So, yeah, so pragma once. Then we need UE9. And this needs to be blueprint type. Enum class. And this will be E collectible types. And when we have E ECT underscore primary. Oh wait, no, UMeta display name equals primary collectible and then ECT underscore secondary UMeta display name equals secondary collectible and then we need a max. We need a max value, a default value. ECT underscore max UMeta display name equals default max. And simply put, we're making this so that I'm essentially doing this for the sake of making sure that we can essentially consolidate the those two methods into just a singular method rather than just, you know, duplicating the code. So in the long run, this will make things a bit cleaner. So that is present there. However, the one thing that I will need to do, and I haven't had to do this for a long time since I essentially got the new SSD, I'm going to have to delete the binaries, intermediate, and saved folders, and then rebuild the project from that way, because Unreal C++ has this funny little thing where if you just add a header or a H file that way, you are normally unable to just access it automatically. So in order to, you know, make sure that it is accessible, that it can be read like when you're using includes, you have to just delete those folders and rebuild the project so that it's all rebuilt with that particular file in mind. Same thing happened when I made the enemy AI states file. I had to do the same thing. So it's not the first time having done this, but it is still necessary. I'm also just kind of jiving to the music. Yeah, as you do, as you do. Also, now that my brain is a bit less like talky talk work and more like wanting to try and talk about other stuff, I've been seeing like not on Twitter but on other like little social medias about people talking about like how unnecessary in some forms of media that a sex scene is, and they're not wrong. Like, why is it necessary? Like, it's not always like, unless it's necessary for the plot, then you don't need to show that happening. Like, make it relevant. Don't make it just a mindless thing that happens. God, I'm glad we're... Yeah! Fuck yeah! Like, it's... Like, why is it ever needed? Like, unless it's really, really needed for, like, plots and metaphors and stuff. I've always held the belief that they're painful to watch unless you're a tuner. Yeah, no, I've always felt awkward with those kinds of scenes. Like, you know, like, secondhand embarrassment like you get when you're watching a movie and you have that scene come up and you're watching it with other people. Like, I've had that a lot. Like, grr, I fucking hate it. And if we're talking about other, like, little tropes that are kind of annoying in film and other media, so... Oh, sorry. I noticed that it happens way too often in, like, Disney and Pixar films. Mostly Disney. But... it's the whole, like, oh, you know, third act, like, oh, the two characters have a falling out, and who knows if they're going to settle it. Oh, they made up just before the final act. Like, that trope kind of annoys me as well, because, like, it's so overdone. Like, you don't always need to have, like, the falling out be in the third act and then rush, like, you know, a reconciliation towards the end of the film just because. Like, yeah, it's a part of life and we shouldn't shy away from it, but to be honest, I feel like it's just, it really is. It's just fan service. It's just fan service. It's like, a lot of the time it's just for the sake of fan service of being like, oh, hey, man, I know you're probably bored of this movie, but here's woman. Here is woman, and she is either half or fully nude now. Like, what the fuck? Like, I know there's probably, like, other tropes that I could either try and think of that, to be honest, I really just think people need to put a new spin on, because they've been done and done and done and done so many damn times now. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. Like, here's the thing. I can appreciate when, like, it's... like, in terms of the whole, like, third act falling out and, you know, doing something like that. I appreciate when a concept like that is turned on its head. You know, when the characters don't reconcile and their relationship is forever changed. You know? I would say a good example of this. I mean, it's probably, like, not, like, turning that concept on its head and it's a thing that happens, you know, that's a different thing entirely, you know, like, a character's, like, descent from grace and whatnot. But I do like it when you have just characters who, you know, are really good friends and they have, like, a falling out, but then they don't, you know, force, you know, them to make up, either because, you know, they're already, you know, destined to just hate each other's guts, or because of reasons. And it's the reason why I love the fucking third act stuff in Transformers 1 so much, because you already know that by the... Suddenly I'm thinking about how the fuck Deadpool got rated a 15... You know what? Fucking crazy that the original, like the original Deadpool, yeah, like the original Deadpool. It's kind of crazy considering the fact that, holy shit, that's actually insane. But yeah, no, just like within like the flashback sections for like Deadpool 1, which was, you know, of course, most of the movie because it was R18 and the. How did we not get... What the fuck? Deadpool... The original Deadpool was R-rated in the US, but we got it, like, toned down to a 15. What the hell was up with us? What the hell was up with the UK? Like, wow. It's just... That's crazy. Also, editor is back open again. I forgot to say, also that needs to be lodged back. I just don't know. Like, it's just, wow. Right, we're gonna go hot reload. Just check to see, yep, and then turn off live coding, because otherwise I'm gonna have to. Bleh. So do that, save that, and then go back into the code. And we're just going to go into the player character anyway, because I'm just clicking on this for the sake of getting Rider open. But it won't appear in like the editor, but it will appear within Rider itself. But anyway, as I was saying, I do like when you have like two characters who are really good friends, they have a falling out, and they don't make up. Like, in Transformers 1, I know it's practically just like a predestined thing to have, you know, Optimus and Megatron just become enemies, you know, from like brothers in arms to, you know, mortal enemies. But Streamer, no! No! Oh, there we go. So enemy AI states, I don't need this now. So in the I have no idea why I just fair enough here. But yeah, no, like I know it's just a predestined thing for like Optimus and Megatron to like become mortal enemies from, you know, brothers in arms. But and I know like, you know, Transformers 1 being essentially like an origin story for, you know, Orion becoming Optimus and D16 becoming Megatron, but how it was handled, I love it. Honestly phenomenal. I love how they handled it. Also, fun little fact, recently, the script for TF1 was kind of revealed, and in the moment, like, just after D16 shoots Orion, also, spoilers, by the way, if you haven't watched TF1 to anyone watching things back. I know Heater has watched it, but spoilers to anyone, by the way, it's not really spoilers, like, wow, they become enemies, but how it happens is fucking crazy, so yeah, but in the moments after, like, D16 shoots Orion, he's like, oh, why did you do that? Why? And at the time, you'd assume it was D16, like, yelling at Orion that, you know, why did he jump in the way of him trying to kill Sentinel? But according to the script, it was D16 yelling at himself. Which I think changes the perspective on that moment a fair bit. And I think it makes the fall a bit more devastating. Because I've seen plenty of people react to, like, finding out that tidbit. Like, even I found out, I was like, what the hell? That just makes it a lot worse. That makes it a bit more devastating. That's terrible. I do like finding out, you know, the little nuances for, like, certain dialogue choices, and how, you know, oh, on the one hand, it just seems like he's yelling at this other person, but he's, you know, getting angry and frustrated with himself for doing that. Like, why would he do it? I just really like that. I like that a lot. And I like it when, you know, you have, like, moments, like, in movies like that where you believe it's supposed to be intended one way, but it's actually the other way. And, you know, having the hidden meanings for that is just... I like that. I like that approach to, you know, like, dialogue and narrative and such. I like it when, you know, creative things are done. It's cool. It's so cool. But yeah, no, Grrr! Peter, what is wrong? My brain! Is it your drawing? Or is it me? Where am I? Oh. I don't know. I didn't steal them. Don't worry, I didn't steal them. Where is your creativity? Where is your drive? Where is your motion? Your flow, my brother? Right, so in collectible base. So we're gonna have to include this as the H file anyway, but because it's like literally just very lightweight, we're gonna say collectible types.h, and it's fine to include it here. So collectible types. So we're gonna say U property edit anywhere. I'm gonna say F string, no, not F string, E collectible types. I'm gonna say collectible type. And then, of course, in the public section, we're going to have a force inline method, force inline function. I'm back on the Mobtober, and I really like the first read. I don't want to let this go to waste. Oh, yeah. At the very least, once you're able to eventually get through the Mobtober stuff, but my brain is just coming up blank what to do for the rest. I'm not sure what I could do to give ideas, because, again, my vision would differ greatly from yours. So, I'm not sure. So force in line, I'm gonna say E collectible types, get collectible type. Your vision is not 20. I know I'm blind. I know I'm going. I know I'm. I know I'm. God fucking damn here! Like. That was good, but it also kind of hurt. Right, so E collectible types. We're gonna get the collectible type, and that's about it from this end. From the actual collectible itself. In the player state, okay, I'm gonna make tea. Maybe like caffeine can help my. Maybe it could do. You normally get a tea around about this time anyway. I'm surprised you haven't done it yet. So we're gonna say void add collectible to map. And we're going to pass in a ATP underscore collectible base pointer, and it's going to be called. Alright. And we're just going to call this. We're just going to call it collectible again. Just to be on the safe side, you know. Right. So. By the way, I could copy this code, like all this code, and then pop it in here. And then we'll get rid of this, like, probably now, may as well. So if collectible equals null pointer, then return. So This is not going to be like collected secondary secondary collectible anymore. This is going to be collected collectible. It's going to say, and then first we're going to say if collectible get collectible type equals e collectible types oh yeah, wait, what? Ah. I'm gonna say, just so that doesn't return an error, I've had a candle going whilst I... Oh! Brother is... It smelled nice. Oh. But also I was gonna say the thing like Victorian working class man within the Victorian era writing by candlelight as daylight slowly fades away. Just to be poetic. Writing fire, yes, yes, yes. And then here, I may as well just copy and paste this just to like avoid having to write too much. But we'll say instead of fruit map, we'll say cheese map. And then we'll say cheese map dot add. Whoops. And then we'll say cheese count. And then we're going to say add collectible to map. And it's kind of redundant having these methods here, but at the same time... Actually, no, it actually is redundant having these now because... Well, having both of these exist. So, you know what? More refactoring. So, first things first, I'm going to get rid of these from here. So we don't have any issues when we get rid of the implementations of them. So I'm going to get rid of the implementations. And then in the collectible interface, instead of collected primary and collected secondary collectible, so get rid of secondary collectible, we're simply just going to call this collected collectible. And then we're going to call add collectible to map. And then collectible. And then by default, I actually should have set this in the... Hold on. I'm going to go into the collectible base. Not the H file, but the CPP. And then we're going to go into the constructor. We're going to do the thing where we get to set like default values here. So we're going to say collectible type, E collectible types. And we're going to say primary is the default value, or the default type of collectible it is. I should also close the editor. I forgot to close the editor. Whoops. So anyway, this by default will be of the primary collectible type, which is of course, you know, defined here within the H file for the enum. Then in the player state, when the collected collectible is called, oh yeah, I realize I'm gonna have to get rid of the because these methods don't exist anymore, like, in the interface itself, I'm going to have to remove references to those methods in the, like, the BP temp collectible. But we'll get there when we get there. So, when this is called, it will call add collectible to map, which I know I could have done this, like, just in here as well, but having a separate method specifically for it, better for organization in my opinion. So, we check if the collectible is null pointer. If it is, then return. If not, then we say we've collected the collectible, but we're just using this for testing. And then I may as well add another log. Oh wait, no, to be fair, we are checking the things within the player state in the editor as well. So we don't really need that, but you know, having these here is helpful too. So we get the collectible ID. To be fair, it can be a constef string because this isn't changing to anything else. So we'll just make it a constef string. So we get the ID from the collectible. First we check if the type of the collectible is primary. If so, then we do this stuff here. If it's secondary, then we do this stuff here. Which is essentially the same thing, but, you know, we're doing it specifically for their respective T-maps. So, if it's primary, then we check if the cheese map contains, like, that ID. If it doesn't, then it's added. If it does, then it isn't added. Nothing happens with it. And same goes for the secondary. If it doesn't contain the ID, then it's added. But if it does, then nothing happens with it. So that's essentially it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into the editor, of course, because we need to do stuff there anyway. I mean, most importantly is primarily oh, this is taking a little bit of time because quite a bit was changed. But, you know, you have returned with tea. Yeah! I, of course, could not drink tea at this time, or, like, caffeinated tea at the very least, because I feel like I would struggle to sleep. I would probably have decaf tea, because I do have decaf tea in the house. And I feel like it actually may help me get to sleep a little easier. Because, you know, warm milk and whatnot. Like, you know, warm milk mixed into a tea, but you know what I mean. Apparently people say that, like, warm milk and honey is good for getting to sleep. Apparently, according to one of my friends. I don't know how true that is, but... Anyway, the editor is open again. Cool beans. So we're gonna go into the blueprints, the collectibles, temp collectible. And as I said, I need to delete these because these things do not exist anymore. So... I feel like honey would be redundant for me at this point because I have it in my tea by default. Oh, really? Collected collectible. Add the reference to self. And then we simply just do this. Oh. I use honey instead of sugar. Oh, okay. Okay, for some reason these were just... Why? That's weird. Have for about 3 years now, maybe 4. Oh, okay. I mean, to be fair, I just normally have sweetener. I normally just use sweetener. I should actually look up, like, whether or not the whole, like, goes... Oh. Yeah, it's the usual route, but apparently, like, milk and honey, supposedly helps because, like, supposedly honey helps stabilize blood sugar, supports liver function, and promotes... And apparently milk and honey have both been associated with several potential benefits when it comes to heart health. Huh. That's quite a bit I didn't know. Yeah, natural honey is good anyways, but... Where is player state? And they're both added to the cheese count. That's why we must save the bees. We do need to save the bees. Right, I'm going to set this one to a secondary collectible, so I can make sure that this is working on both fronts, because it works for the cheese front. So this is the primary one. This is added to cheese count. This is added to cheese map. This is a secondary. Fruit map, fruit count. Brilliant. So refactored, consolidated into, like, a single method that's called from the interface when a collectible is picked up, and then consolidated into just a singular method for, you know, adding them to the T-map, whichever one it needs to be added to. Cool! I'm pretty happy with that. And we basically have a very good, like, standard implementation of the collectibles. Oh yeah, no, another thing for, like, whoopsie daisy, that I want to note for, like, changes for later on. Rotating collectible models. Just so it's, like, you know, not just, like, a static fruit that's, like, not, like, moving at all. Like, if it sort of rotates and sort of, like, slowly, like, hovers up and down, I want to do that as well. Hell, that could be as simple as just, you know, going into the blueprint. Oh, that's my back. Ouch! Oh, wait, temp collectible is already open. That's what I was saying. That could be as simple as going into the collectible. And then if we're talking about, like, what rotation we want to add to an object, it would be the... It would be the Z rotation. It would be the Z rotation. So we go in here, we say, oh, we're adding local rotation to the box. And we want to make this so... So make rotator. And then we're going to say... I'm going to add a variable, going to call this rotation rate. Oh, ad break starts in a few minutes. Even though this is literally the last one before the end of stream, so cool. Although, Alright, so we're gonna add the rotation rate, and then so get well delta sec. Although I could just, you know, multiply. Set that to the yaw, and then set that as the delta rotation. And then I'm going to set rotation rate to be 5, for example. Okay, that isn't working. Did I do it wrong? Oh, come on. Oh wait, that's the box. I meant to do the cube. Whoops. It was rotating the collider, not the cube. That's better. And then if I bring this up... So collapse the function, just mesh rotation. Oh, and we're going into ad break, so I'm going to quickly pop this there. Well, it's delta time. And then back in the event graph. I'm gonna say it's gonna be the Z. So multiply. Take that, set that to the Z. We'll add that, and then branch. I did it again, didn't I? That's box, not cube. So cube, get, so... Get relative location. Split struck pin. Oh, whoops. Oh, welcome back, chat. This is going to be the last little bit that I, finish before stream ends. So, we're trying to get the little elevation, like, bobbing up and down for the collectibles too. So... This will make sense once I get it done. So, if true, then... Oh, right. May as well move these both, like, down. Ugh. Set that there, and then set that there. Bibbidi 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 bibbidi. Right, okay, I think I have this sorted. Highlight. I'm gonna move this bit down. Oh, whoops. So I can kind of safely highlight all the bits that I need. So I can collapse it into its function. I'm gonna call it adjust mesh elevation. Oh, right. So this is just going to be delta time. And I'm going to briefly explain this. So, in this method, in adjust mesh elevation, we're adding a local transform. So we're adding to what the cube's position is relative to, the actual, like, root of the object. So, we're going to add an elevation rate, which will be, I'm going to say, like, 5 per second, and then elevation limit, I'll say, set to 50. Oh wait, no, actually, I'll set it to 25 rather than, yeah. So, and the thing is, I realized my problem. I realized I may have done this a little wrong. I need to reconsider this, but it works once. I'm gonna tweet this off stream, but you get the general idea. I was trying to make it so that when it reaches like the top, it just inverts it, but I may have taken the wrong approach to this. So I can sort this out off stream. Speaking of off stream, it is 1:05. That means it is time to wrap things up here for today. So to everyone who showed up and everyone watching things back, whether it's here on Twitch or on YouTube, depending on when you're watching this, thank you ever so much for showing up today. I really appreciate you being here. The next stream will of course be tomorrow. We'll be returning to Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. We've got stuff to be getting on with in that game, and, always nice to go back to it. So, yeah, thank you ever so much. I really appreciate it. And as always, I will see you all again in the very next stream. Bye-bye!